on this? Because it needs to be activated on here before it can stream.
Direct.
No.
Already hooked up with being Sunil Gavaskar.
You got your backing innings with them.
No, we don't have an umpire.
That's fine. So yeah, so you'll umpire players like we will say. That's fine.
I just wanted to check if you had a specific.
No, that's fine. We
There-
haven't got
You
anyone.
want to ask something?
Can you switch it on?
Sure.
Because it won't stream until you're ready.
No problem. Someone's got to handle that responsibility.
Yes, that's why he's not.
So if you, is that Wi-Fi connected already? Or does it need to pair to your phone?
Might need to pair to my phone.
There.
Just set up my Wi-Fi for you, and then I'll just go for the toss. And then you can.
Got it. Still like it.
What the hell happened?
Literally from memory, I thought we were higher up last time than this. Yeah.
Here you go. You can start the match. Oh, come on.
Okay, so it's not.
Yeah, good. I think go with it. Should go to the same way.
Ali, एक सेकंड पकड़ मैं टॉस करके आता हूँ पता नहीं इंटरनेट में था
Because I'm just getting a blank screen at the moment, Ali.
Okay. Is it? It's not linked now, is it?
I don't know whether it's linked or not.
Such. क्या?
Okay, so the captains have done the toss. Welcome to the penultimate game of the season. Swami Bappa and Priory Park. Priory Park trying to field as full a strength side as they can. Swami Bappa also trying to ensure that they retain their top spot towards the top end of the league in their division. And the toss has been taken. Swami Bappa won the toss and has been elected to to field. Sorry, it appears as though I'm incorrect here. I've just been told Priory Park won the toss and have elected to bat.
Come on, what's wrong with this thing? How do I switch off this? Like how do I?
Sure.
No, not that. I wanted to like reload the. Like you know how in Apple you can do that, right? You can just. I don't know how to use that. Yes.
Hey Abby, good to see you. Good to see you. Got well today, man.
Speaker. I don't bring it. Do you want me to bring it?
Is the app on?
Yeah.
You generally have it in your pocket. We haven't checked on the YouTube though, but
I'm sure you could. I'm sure Rohan will let you use his car if you ask nicely.
So you need to press play.
Where's the right? Oh, he's still doing it. I don't know, you need to press.
You watched the fight last week? Did you watch it?
yeah, we stayed back.
You did? Were they showing it?
So
Yeah, because I didn't know what time it was going, and I thought,
Not yet.
then by the time I got home and I was
So this
thinking,
is what I
and then all of a sudden
see.
the fight was done. And it's like,
It was
the guy went on thing.
me, Rohan, Samrat.
By the sound of it.
So it's just
Rohan, Samrat,
okay.
and
Oh, Sammy stayed to the end as well?
yeah.
Carry on. The big loaders can just point in this.
मैडम फोन कर रहा है
Place and in the app store. Not just. Yes.
Did you skip him? Good. Quickly, but I've got one guy to bring our wicket in hand and stuff, 5 or 4. Either with Goro for 5 for the first 5 overs or something.
Do you have your keeping set that they can buy?
Or we could wait 5 minutes till he comes.
Could be like 5
Yeah.
minutes, yeah.
Okay.
So here we are at Cavendish on a very lovely morning. Not as hot as it has been of recent times, but nevertheless a lovely day to play cricket. So the news from Cavendish is that Dheeraj Vijaykumaran, the captain of Priory Park, has won the toss and has elected to bat first. Just a slight readjustment on the view here. Priory Park now very much up for this game today, off the back of two extraordinary wins. Players both sides limbering up in the outfield, doing their stretching exercises. A few throwdown balls being bowled to Sachin Vyas and Xavier Rodriguez. These two put up an extraordinary opening stand last week at New Calypsonians. We hope that they continue their good form.
Yeah. Regular production coffee.
Today sees a return of Abhishek back into the fold after having had a week's break.
5 minutes to 12:30. 5 minutes? So another 10 minutes.
No, we're going to start if their keeper's not here.
Just having a quick word here with Dheeraj Vijaykumaran, and the skipper of Priory. Dheeraj, what seems to be the hold-up?
The opposition don't have a wicket keeper right now. Trying to figure that out. Got 5 more minutes to start the game.
Okay, so we have 5 minutes officially, after which I believe that there are consequences. Your commentator has taken his seat in the commentary box, hoping to stay in the shade. Team huddle now taking place between the Swami Bappa fielding 11 today. Swamibapa looking to consolidate their position in the top order of the division. And Priory Park looking to record a third win on the trot to try and bring up their position. Team huddle now taking place between Priory Park. A shout and the customary war cry, ek number, now being chanted. Players now entering the field of play and the umpires joining them. Batsmen just holding back a little bit, letting the fielders take their positions. A few stretches taking place between Sachin and Xavier. Fist bumps. Sachin quickly touches the ground. It's a mark of respect. Xavier does the same. Gentlemen, we are now ready to play. Priory's customary zinger stumps not available today due to the stupidity of your commentator. Who charged all the batteries, but unfortunately brought the stumps and left the batteries at home. So today, Priory playing with the league required AJ stumps. The umpire signalling that we're ready to start now. Sachin Vyas taking strike. Xavier, his opening partner. Couple of changes taking place in the field. Keeper just adjusting it slightly. The bowler is ready. Sachin just taking a look at the field, getting ready, taking his mark now. Bowlers coming in, bowls. And Sachin is out for a golden duck. Straight into the air, a lobbed up hit after the last 2 games. Very angry, throws his bat along the floor. Priory Park, 0 for 1. Number 3 batsman Abhishek comes to the crease, takes his guard. Swami Bappa obviously feeling quite buoyed about the fact that the opener is out. Bowler comes in, Abhishek defends, just pats that down. Bowler runs in, bowls. Again, Abhishek just pats that one down. Bowler's running in, bowls, slower ball. Abhishek just hits that off his pads and a single is taken. Bowler's running in, Xavier just plays that down, usual, just a little bit of a prod down. Bowler comes in, bowls on the leg side, lifts up a little bit, just comes off the surface. Didn't cause any major problem for Xavier. New bowler comes in, bowls, strange action. Abhishek just drives that onto the offside. 2 runs taken. Nice shot by Abhishek. Bowled, left outside the off sub, really wasn't a problem. Lots of whoops and shouts by the Swami Bappa team, but really Abhishek didn't actually even play the shot. Bowler comes in, bowls. Well played by Abhishek. Nice defensive prod. Seems that the Play Cricket actually scoring app is not linking into the live stream. I apologise for that. Bowler comes in, bowls, and again a straighter ball, didn't cause any problems to Abhishek. We have it now. Play Cricket is now linked, it seems, back to the score, and we have an updated. Keeper just off the field for a moment, changing his pads. Running back in again. Bendolia coming in to bowl. He bowls again. Had Xavier in two minds about that, whether to play or not. Eventually Xavier decided to leave it. Looks up into the heavens, wondering what was he doing there. Ball number 2, Pindolia comes in, much straighter, no problems for Xavier Rodriguez. Ball comes in, and again Xavier just bats that one down. No particular issues for him. Ball comes in, that one stayed a little bit low, but Xavier was good enough to keep that one out. Pindolia comes into bowl, Again, ball is actually staying in the air. It's very interesting. Pindolia is a bowler that really just gives the ball a little bit more of an amount of flight, a little bit deceiving in the air. Pindolia comes in to bowl. He bowls. Straight ball. That one didn't stay up in the air. Good over by Pindolia. Maiden over. Priory Park, 3 for 1. It's Jay Vakaria coming in, resuming from the Hitesh Patel end. He comes in, he bowls. An appeal there for LBW. Abhishek very convinced that it hit his bat. Umpire gives not out. Vicaria resumes. He bowls on the front foot. Abhishek plays that quite nicely. Good fielding by Swami Bappa. Vicaria comes in. He bowls. He's got a much kind of shorter action. That was just dabbed down into first slip. Vicaria is an interesting bowler. Bends his back actually on delivery rather than straighten his back. So ball comes through much lower. He bowls. And another shot played by Abhishek, straight through the slips, 4 runs. Vicaria comes in and bowls outside the off stump. Abhishek leaves it. No shot is played. Last ball of the over. Vicaria bowls. That's up in the air. And that's catch taken. Very, very simple shot. That was out. Abhishek is gone for 7 runs. All of those Priory Park runs coming off Abhishek's bat. Priory Park now 7 for 2. This brings skipper to the crease. Dheeraj Vijay Kumaran. Vijay had a good outing against Swami Bappa at the last game, which was away, scoring a 50. We hope, certainly from a Priory perspective, that he actually scores some runs. Xavier to face. Pindolia bowls. Pindolia comes into bowl. He bowls, again stays in the air, and that's another lofted shot, played on the offside, and it's gone for 4 runs. Priory living by the seat of the pants at the moment. He comes into bowl, and actually a nice shot played on the offside. Quick run taken. Dheeraj very quick to take that single. Umpire fumbled out a little bit, so no real chance. 1 run taken. Dheeraj takes guard. Dheeraj Vijaykumaran, skipper of Priory Park, had a pretty good season. Pindolia comes into bowl. He bowls, and nice straight drive played. No run taken. Pindolia comes into bowl. He bowls. Oh, that one just came off the pitch a little bit. Had Dheeraj in 2 minds. Thankfully, he played that with soft hands. Pindolia comes into bowl. He bowls. That one stays low, but Dheeraj is up to the mark and just pads that one down. That's the end of the over. Vicaria to continue from the Hitesh Patel end. Comes into bowl with that short action of his. Stays low. No run taken. Just a little pad down by Xavier Rodriguez. Shuffly pad down. It's something that we've come to expect from Xavier Rodriguez. Vicaria on his mark. Comes into bowl, he bowls, and that one's a much straighter ball, but actually going a little bit more down the leg side. Hits Xavier on the pads. Muted shouts from Swami Bappa, who kind of, I guess, wanted to appeal for a LBW, but really no chance there. Bowler showed no interest. Vakaria into bowl, he bowls. Oh, and that one just outside the off stump. Xavier up to the mark, knows exactly where his stumps are, left that one alone. Vakaria comes into bowl, he bowls, that's a shorter one. Xavier just noticed that it stayed a little bit lower and just padded that one back down again. Vakaria comes into bowl, he bowls, that's a much fuller ball. Very solid defence from Xavier Rodriguez.
Really good stuff here, boys. Come on! Come on, boys! Come, boys!
Bowler comes into bowl, that's much wider. Xavier just slashes that across to the offside, and that's 4 runs. Lovely shot there by Xavier Rodriguez. Lovely shouts there from Kashif. Ek number, ek number. Vakaria on his mark, comes into bowl, he bowls, and that one seems to have slipped through, but it was going down the leg side. Hitesh Patel not interested in that one at all. That's the end of the over. Bedolia back on his mark. Comes in to bowl to Dheeraj. He bowls. That one's a little bit shorter, but Dheeraj just bats that one down. Pindolia into bowl, he bowls. Oh, and that one just deceived Dheeraj through the air. Pindolia has this amazing knack of just holding that ball in. Stays up in the air, pushes the batsman into playing the shot a little bit early, which is where I think the young Vyas made his error. He played through that shot a little bit too early, didn't really judge the ball coming through to him, and again, nice shot there by Dheeraj, quick single there taken. Pindolia bowls, that one stays a little bit low there. Dheeraj, Xavier caught in 2 minds there. Didn't really judge that one properly. Batsman just had a quick chat. Dheeraj maybe offering a few words of advice to Xavier into how to play this man Pindolia. Pindolia comes in, he bowls. Xavier a little bit more cautious, plays out on the front foot. Once again, a little bit deceived in the air. Bendolia comes in for his last ball of the over. He bowls. That's a little bit outside the off stump. Xavier just plays that nicely down past the slips, and a single is taken. Xavier keeps a strike. Bagaria continuing from the Hitesh Patel end. He comes in to bowl. He bowls and Xavier just bats that one down. Actually well played by Xavier in the end. The ball stayed quite low. Wakaria comes into bowl. He bowls, much fuller ball, straighter. Xavier equally up to the mark. Wakaria back on his mark. Comes into bowl. Bowls. That's a much fuller ball. Xavier tries to play that through, thinking about a single. Dheeraj quickly says no, goes straight to the fielder. Short ball by Xavier, just patted away into the slips. Bagaria comes into bowl. Bowls that's a much shorter ball. Xavier again looking for that little dab outside the off stump, but it goes straight to the fielder. No run taken. And that's a good ball to finish the over with. An opportunity that Xavier was kind of thinking maybe he missed out on. Bendolia to continue from the Humayun Chisti end. Bendolia comes in, he bowls, it again stays up in the air, and that's well played by Dheeraj on the onside. Lovely shot along the ground for 4. Just waiting for the fielders to come back into his place, taking his place by Hitesh Patel, who is taking the square leg umpire's position. Bendolia comes in, he bowls. So it's a shorter ball, and that's well played off the back foot by Dheeraj, but equally well fielded by Swami Bappa. No run taken. Bendolia on his mark, comes in, he bowls, and that's a lovely shot there played by Dheeraj. Vijay Kumaran, beautiful shot played for 6. Dheeraj continuing his rich vein of form against Swami Bappa. That really was a glorious shot. Bendolia getting encouragement from his teammates, as you'd expect. He comes into bowl, he bowls, and that's a much wider ball. Humayun, as the umpire, calls a wide ball. Bendolia coming in, he bowls. That's a bit of shorter ball, but Dheeraj just plays that one nicely down, back to the fielder. Bendolia comes in, he bowls, and that's a full toss. Dheeraj just plays that one straight down the ground. 4 runs. The moment it hit the bat. Shouts of ek number from the Priory contingent in the dugout. It's a good over for Priory Park here. Bendolia perhaps tiring in the heat a bit, we don't know, but he bowls, and that's a much shorter ball, lifted up a bit. Dheeraj plays that cautiously, straight down, no run, and that's the end of the over. Priory Park 34 for 2. Bakaria to continue from the hitter's Patel end. Ball is passed to him. Bakaria comes into bowl, and that just came off the inside edge of Xavier's bat. They scamper through for 1 run, and Xavier calls quickly for a 2. That's actually 2 well runs. Nicely taken.
Come on lads, energy in the field, boys!
Bakaria back on his mark, he bowls. Xavier equally on the mark with that one, just noticing that the ball stayed low and played that one down. Xavier walking away from the stumps a little bit, just having a few words with himself. Focus, focus, focus. Bakaria comes into bowl. He bowls, and that's nicely played by Xavier coming out on the front foot.
That's it, boys! That's it, boys! Come, boys! Come, boys!
Macaria into ball, he bowls, and again that ball stayed quite low. Xavier just patting that one down a little bit. Macaria into ball, and that one stayed low but straying outside the leg stump. Hitesh Patel as the umpire, unmoved. Bulgaria just asking Hitesh what that ball was doing. Hitesh obligingly explained. Macaria comes into bowl, he bowls, that's outside the off stump, and that's left by Xavier Rodriguez. That's the end of the over. Priory Park 36 for 2. Dulcet tones of Sachin shouting for bowler's name. Quick change of umpires. Hitesh and Humayun walking off. Ali coming in as the umpire, just waiting for a square leg umpire to come in, and it's going to be Abhishek that comes in as the square leg umpire. Patel has a change of bowler coming in from the Humayun end, and he bowls. That one actually lifts up a little bit. He's got nice action. Dheeraj equally up to the mark and just plays that with soft hands. Patel comes into bowl. He bowls us a much shorter ball. Dheeraj thinking that was a gift horse there. Very angry with himself. Missed out on that one. He played through the shot much too quickly. Rupal Patel. Coming into bowl, he bowls, and that's a little bit more outside the off stump. Better line from him this time. Dheeraj just plays that one down. No run taken. Patel on his mark. Comes into bowl, and that one is hit very, very cleanly by Dheeraj Vijay Kumaran, who just pulls that to the boundary for 4. What a glorious shot, almost Vivian Richard-esque. Dheeraj quickly on to 19, and Xavier is on 12. Priory Park. 40 for 2. Patel comes into bowl, he bowls another short ball outside the off stump. Dheeraj wasn't sure whether to play that one or not, eventually decided to leave, subsequently decides that maybe he should have just played a cut to that shot, and now talking to himself, just trying to focus a little bit more. Patel comes into bowl, he bowls, and it was a weird shout there. Dheeraj played that shot again a little bit too quickly. I think very clearly on this pitch the ball is holding up either in the air and just off the ground a little bit. There are some that are coming through quite low when the bowler is coming in from the Hitesh Patel end, but from the Humayun Chisti end it seems very much as though the ball is just stopping when it bounces. So the batsmen need to think about this a little bit better. And a change of bowler from the Hitesh Patel end. It's Jitendra coming in for Swami Bappa. Jitendra the bowler, not the actor. Jitendra comes in, he bowls, and that one's a much slower ball, stays through the air. A little bit of confusion amongst the batsmen. They scamper through for a quick single. Little bit of misunderstanding from the batsman. Swami Bappa have a Jitendra. I wonder if they have an Amitabh. It would be so lovely for them to offer us a rendition of Ye Dosati. Jitendra comes into bowl, he bowls outside the off stump, well left by Dheeraj. Jitendra comes into bowl, he bowls again, that's a full toss and that's dispatched wonderfully. Again, Viv Richards type shot there by the skipper, Dheeraj, who looks very much as though he's in excellent form at the moment. A few words of wisdom from the Swami Bappa players, offering advice to Jitendra. Jitendra comes into bowl, that's a wide ball, and that's quite a wide ball. Jitendra into bowl, he bowls, it's a short ball, lifts up a little bit. Dheeraj equally up to the task, just making sure that there's no rebound back onto the stumps. No run taken. Priory Park, 46 for 2. Jitendra comes in, he bowls, it's a short ball and that's well played by Biraj, but he misjudged that totally. It goes straight to the fielder and holds out. Another wicket down for Priory Park. 46 for 3. Jitendra takes a wicket. So all 3 wickets to fall today have been to catches. And it's all about judgment and timing, or lack thereof. New batsman to come in is Sabs Banerjee, joins Xavier Rodriguez at the crease. Sabs just takes his mark. Banerjee coming back from a couple of back injuries that he's had midway through the season, but obviously a sparkling batsman. Jitendra comes into bowl, he bowls, that's outside the off stump, well left by Sabs. That's the end of the over. Priory Park, 46 for 3. Rups Patel to continue, coming up the hill from the Humayun Chisti end. Patel comes in to bowl, he bowls, that's a shorter ball, that's nicely played by Xavier, who looks to the heavens for some reason. Xavier always critical of himself and a little bit harder on himself, likes to keep talking to himself while he bats. Patel comes into bowl, he bowls, that's a shorter ball, and that's just hits the outside edge of Xavier's bat. They thought about a single, but it was well fielded by Swami Bappa, no run taken. Patel comes into bowl, he bowls, again that one stays low. Xavier up to the mark, watching that very, very closely indeed. Patel comes into bowl, he bowls, That's played in the air and it looks like it's going to get caught out again. Another ball that holds up in the air from that end, and Xavier mistimes that one. Another wicket to fall. Priory Park 46 for 4. After the last couple of weeks is a little bit disappointing. Priory Park have shown a lot of fight over the last couple of weeks. In comes Kashif Siddiqui. Ek number, ek number, ek number. A little bit of a conversation now between Banerjee and Siddiqui. Sab's just explaining what the ball is doing. Cassius pushing the dust a little bit away. Taking guard now. .4 overs gone. Patel comes into bowl, he bowls, and that once again stays low. Cash offers no shot. That's a good leave actually. Patel comes into bowl, he bowls, and that one just deceives Cash a little bit, who plays forward, misses the bat completely, and that's the end of the over. Nice over by the bowler Patel there. Jitendra comes into bowl, he bowls, and that's outside the off stump. No shot offered. Patel back on his mark. Jitendra, sorry, comes into bowl, and that's again up in the air, just drops short of the fielder, and a quick throw down at the stumps. Ali had no option but to give Banerjee out there, and another wicket falls. Unnecessary, absolutely unnecessary. Priory Park a little bit in disarray here. 5 wickets down.
Hey, this is the standard, boys. This is the standard. Everybody keep jumping away. Stay in the game,
Well, today is nothing if not eventful. Humayun Chisti now coming out to bat. Jitendra comes into bowl, he bowls, and that's nicely played outside the off stump by Kashif Siddiqui. Swami Bappa very good as a unit here today. Jitendra comes into bowl, he bowls again, that's outside the off stump. No shot offered by Cash, so he must be quite close to being a wide ball. No call there by Ali. Jitendra comes into bowl, he bowls, and again that's left outside the off stump. Kashif not interested in that one at all. Jitendra comes into bowl, he bowls, that's a much slower ball through the air, straight a little bit down the leg side, and a wide ball is called. Jitendra into bowl, that's a short ball and that's played nicely off his legs by Kashif, straight to the boundary for 4 runs. It's the end of the over. Humayun to face Rups Patel again from the Humayun Chisti end, named after the batsman that he's bowling to. Chisti, a powerful left-hander, takes his guard. Patel comes into bowl, he bowls, and that's nicely left by Chisti. Patel again into bowl. He bowls. That's a much straighter ball. However, that comes off and strays a little bit down the leg side. Wide ball called. Patel quickly back on his mark. Comes into bowl, he bowls. Oh, and that one lifts a little bit. Hamayin just wondering what happened to the bounce there. Patel comes in, bowls. That's a shorter ball. That one stays very low. Hamayin just not able to judge that. Patel comes into bowl, he bowls, and that's nicely played by Hammer, straight onto the bat. Patel into bowl to Hamayoon. Hamayoon stretches for that one and misses everything. Excuse me. Patel comes into bowl. Hammer stretches for that one and just bats that one back to the bowler. That's the end of the over. Priory Park 52 for 5. Drinks break being taken. At the 15 over mark. Batsmen also now taking the opportunity to have a little bit of a light refreshment. And I'm joined by two supporters from Swami Bappa, wandering around the pitch. Always nice to have some company here.
Left you on your own.
Yeah, that's all right. So I'm doing the live commentary as well.
I've heard.
So,
I was listening to it.
Ah, nice.
Quite biased.
You
You do it every week or?
Well, we bought this the kit probably about 3 weeks ago, but we've had a couple of away games. Right. So when we have the home games, I like to it's quite nice just because we have our guys on the live stream, and just watching it is fun. Yeah. But if you've got some sort of bits and pieces coming on as well, it's quite nice.
It's good. You've done well this frog box stuff, hasn't it?
It's really good. It's a nice piece of kit, and I think if you can use it to get those players that aren't here, that new players as well, coming in, it's quite nice.
As well.
Yeah.
It's good.
players now fully refreshed, coming back onto the pitch. And so there you have it, listeners. Apparently my commentating is somewhat biased. Well, there's a surprise. Players slowly coming back onto the pitch now. Swami Bappa obviously feeling very buoyed now at the score that we have here on the scoreboard. 52 for 5. Players limbering up, batsmen retaking their guards, just marking themselves back in again. Jitendra to continue from the Hitesh Patel end. Jitendra comes into bowl to Kashif, and that's outside the off stump. Jitendra comes in, bowls, and again outside the off stump. Cash offers no shot, not interested, which is actually probably a good idea, just having had the drinks break, just getting back into the zone. Jitendra comes in, bowls, and that one's a lot more on the mark. Cash plays that down on the offside. Bowler fields that, no run taken. Jitendra comes into bowl, he bowls, that's a short ball. Cash again plays that through. Cash goes yeah, and a single is taken. This brings Humayun now to face the young Jitendra. Hama just takes a quick look around. Jitendra comes in to bowl. He bowls, and that's a little bit outside the off stump, taken as a full toss, and Humayun just hits that away for 4 runs. Jitendra comes into bowl and bowls, and that is a wide ball. Straying with his line a little bit, just getting used to bowling to the left-hander. Jitendra perhaps wondering where his Basanti is. Jitendra into bowl, he bowls, and that's actually quite wide outside the off stump. Dheeraj very generous in allowing that to go through as a ball and not calling a wide. That's the end of the over. Priory Park 58 for 5. This brings Patel to bowl to Kashif. Patel comes in, he bowls, and that's lifted a little bit. Kashif offers no stroke. Two slips in for Patel, bowling to Cash. He bowls, and oh, that was a great ball. Cash watched that, but I think he actually did play at that one, missed that one. Patel bowls, single taken and lovely throw in, and good backing up there by Swami Bappa. It's the end of the over. Oh no, it's not the end of the over. Not sure what the hold up is, but one of the Swamibapa players has just gone off the field. Patel comes in, bowls. Hamayoon just plays that on the offside. Patel comes into bowl, and lovely little play Shot there, a fumble in the field, but no run is taken. Patel comes into bowl. He bowls to Hamayoon, who plays that nicely down. Defensive shot. And that's the end of the over. Jitendra to continue from the Hitesh Patel end. Bowling to Kashif Siddiqui. Jitendra comes into bowl. He bowls, it stays in the air. 2 bounces before it gets to the keeper. That one just held in the air a little bit. Jitendra into bowl, bowls to Kashif. That's outside, way outside the off stump, and Dheeraj's umpire calls a wide ball. Jitendra comes into bowl, bowls, and that's nicely played by Cash on the onside, fielded by Swami Bappa. No run taken. I'm joined in the box by Rohan Prasad, a young buck who has shown incredible progress over the last couple of seasons, playing for Priory both as a batsman and a bowler, who's just come to have a look at what the bowling that Swami Bappa is throwing down looks like. So what's the feeling in the dugout?
Not amazing. Obviously, losing wickets early is not ideal, and we've not amassed the greatest total. But I'm still confident we can defend 120, 130.
Yeah. So
Look at the match stats for these guys in the past few games. It's only their number 1 and 3 who are really scoring the runs for them. So if we can capitalise in the early overs,
excellent.
I think we stand a strong chance of taking it home.
Jitendra comes into bowl again, and that's well played by Cash. No run taken. Right, when you go back, can you just tell them that it's not updating? So they need to connect the thing to the internet. I don't know why.
It's through the iPad.
Hmm?
It's through the iPad.
Yeah. Jitendra into bowl. He bowls, and that's lovely. Well played off the back foot, nicely fielded by Swami Bappa. Seems to be an issue with the Swami Bappa team. Either we have Was he injured when he came off, or?
I think he just messed up his hand loose, fielding out there.
Okay.
He was stopping the overthrows. Just gonna get some.
So we do think that there's an injury. Play stops for a while the Swami Bappa skipper just goes to inquire what's wrong with his fielder that's off the field for the moment. Patel to continue bowling at the left-hander, Hamyun Chisti. Patel comes in, he bowls, that's a shorter ball, but Hamyun just plays a short defensive shot back to the bowler. Patel comes in again, bowls. Oh, that was so much closer to Hammer's feet. Hammer had to kind of think about how to play that one, checks his shot in time. Patel comes in, bowls, that's a shorter ball. Hammer cuts that one very nicely, and it's going all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. There's nothing much in the bowling, it's just length and line. They're not moving it, they're not doing anything else with it, it's not seaming. The pitch is doing the most of the work.
Yeah. I'm surprised the ball's been sitting up a little more than expected.
Yeah.
To Dheeraj when he came off from his batting. Because normally the situation you find here is the ball just sort of dies a little bit.
Yeah.
But I reckon that will be more towards the second innings.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right.
A reasonable amount of dust on the pitch as well from the sort of like 2 to 6 over spell.
Patel comes in, bowls, strays a little bit down the leg side, and now wide ball is called. So how was young Mr. Vyas when he came in after ball 1?
I just normally, like, after he gets out, I sort of go and have a chat to him. I just wanted to be absolutely no idea. I thought he was going to take my head off. He went and sort of, chucked off his piss pads all sort of strewn around over there. He'd booted the tree. I'm concerned for the local wildlife. Police defence. I'm concerned for the structural stability of the public.
And that's a great pull shot there by Hamyun. 4 runs. Well played by the left-hander.
He's immensely angry at himself. Now it's just there's no point looking back at it.
No.
Look back at it after the game, but
Yeah,
now it's just
no.
we have another innings to come. He's still of massive value as a fielder. So
Yeah,
he needs to,
yeah. And you never know, he might get a chance to bowl.
You never know, yeah. Come in and get another fifer.
Yeah.
And tell me about how bad my bowling is. At least I think Pablo is providing some comfort.
Patel bowls, that's a short ball, and that's well played by Humayun. That's the end of the over. Swami Bappa making a change to their bowling. Bowler number 2 back on. Jitendra taking a break. Cash on his mark, bowler comes in, bowls, and that's nicely played by Cash, straight back. Fielded by Swami Bappa, no run is taken. Update this thing.
To connect the thing.
Yeah. Bowler comes in, he bowls, and that's well played by Cash. Very solid in defence. Bowler comes in, bowls. That's a shorter ball, that's nicely played by Cash. Onto the onside, fielded by Swami Bappa, no run taken. Bowler comes in, bowls, and that's a great drive there by Cash. Unfortunately, straight to the fielder. Bowler comes in, bowls. Oh, Cash just missed out on that one. Straight into the keeper. One rather thinks that Cash was a little bit fortunate there not to have touched that and gone straight to the keeper, but that's a dot ball. Folks, it appears as though there seems to be an issue with play cricket. It seems that the scores are not updating. My apologies for that. It's either Dhiren or Hiren. That is Dhiren, Hiren. I'm not sure. I'm trying to work out who's bowling in. Bowler comes in, bowls outside the off stump, and again, no real issue for Humayun. Dhiren bowls. Yeah, Humayun stretches for that. It goes into the air. It is a missed chance, dropped by the fielder of Swami Bappa, and a life for Humayun. No need to stretch for that ball.
Great effort, boy. Great start, Dhiren. Keep it doing, boy. Don't just let it go, boy. Don't just let it go, boy.
And a bowler goes again. That goes straight through Humayun's defences.
Great stuff, boy. Doing good, boy.
Dhiren comes into bowl. He bowls, and that comes off the pads, I think, into the air, but nowhere near a fielder. No particular run there.
Keep it going, boy. Keep it going, Dhiren.
That one just goes straight through. There's a nice over there by Swami Bappa. Humayun played all round that one. Cash just retaking his guard. Priory Park 69 for 5, it looks like. Bowler comes in, bowls. Cash plays that one nicely. I think it's Vicaria. Vicaria is coming into bowl. He bowls, and that he strays a little bit just on the leg side, and Cash plays that nicely off his pads for 4 runs. Swami Bappa unfortunately have an injury, playing currently with 10 men on the field. Vicaria comes into bowl, he bowls, that's a short ball, but very nicely defended there by Kashif. Kashif in his stance gets very low. Vicaria comes in, bowls, that's a short ball on the leg side. Kashif just plays that one down. Didn't trouble him one iota. No run taken. Vicaria comes into bowl. He bowls, and that's a fuller ball outside the off stump. Cash just leaves that one through. That's the end of the over. Priory Park, 73 for 5. Play cricket is now updating, folks. Nice to see. "22 overs gone. Bowler comes in, bowls very nicely, and that's a great little defensive shot there by Humayun. Hiren. It's not Dhiren, it's Hiren Maheta. I wonder who. And that's nicely played. Lots of words of encouragement from the fielders. Bowling in, Hammer stretched out for that one. It was in the air for a short while. Hiren Maheta comes in to bowl. He bowls. That's a fuller ball, and that's nicely played there by Humayun. Hammer now 12 off 27 and Kashif 10 off 31 deliveries. Priory Park 73 for 5 off 22.4 overs. Maheta comes into bowl. He bowls. That's a short ball outside the off stump. Hammer is not interested at all. Maheta comes in. He bowls, and that goes straight through Humayun's defences. Stays quite low. Hammer wondering what's happening with the pitch. Keeper asks for a helmet, indication that he's going to stand up. We have obviously a spinner coming on. Mr. Koda coming into bowl. Slight adjustment to the field. Aiming to entice the batsman to play over the top. Someone now on the long on boundary. Put that into Kashif Siddiqui. He bowls, and that's flighted delivery. Nicely watched by Kashif, who just plays that one down. Koda comes in, bowls, and another nicely flighted delivery, deceived a little bit. Kashif fumbled a little bit by the keeper, but no run is taken. Koda bowls, and that's well watched by Kashif, who plays that on the offside straight to the fielder. Koda bowls, and that's a wide ball. Koda bowls. It's a little bit of a tighter line, and that's straight back. Cordon bowled, nicely taken by Avi Koda. Kashif totally mistimed that one. That stayed in the air a little bit. Kashif went through a little bit too quickly with that shot, and it was a relatively simple chance by Avi Koda. Bowled really well actually so far. And this brings Dave Burger King Persaud to the wicket. There's a great opportunity for Dave to come in, who has fluctuated in the batting order this season, but we know that Dave has a good pedigree of batting strength behind him. Used a little bit more as a bowler this season, but one can never underestimate how good a batsman young Mr. Persaud is. Koda comes in to bowl to Dave, and comes in a little bit quickly. Batsman not ready. Takes his mark again. He bowls, and that's a lofted delivery. Dave equally up to the mark. Just defends that down.
Come on, boys, let's dethrone the Banter King, boys. It's a red wedding here.
Koda comes in, bowls. He bowls, and that's nicely played by Dave. That's the end of the over. .74 for 6. Maheta comes into bowl again to Hammer, who plays that off the back foot. It goes through the fielder. They've taken one run and they've quickly run the two. That's good running there by the Priory Park batsman. Maheta bowls outside the off stump. Hammer not interested in that one at all. Quick look at the umpire to see whether he's going to give a wide. Sabs' umpire is unmoved. That comes in, bowls, and that's a rather awkward delivery. Played nicely in the end by Hamayun. Intentionally or unintentionally, no chance. Mehta comes in, bowls, it's a full toss, and that's dispatched quite clinically to the boundary by Hamayun Chisti. Ball quickly taken in. Hammer just stamping down some of the divots that have come off the ground. Maheta comes in, bowls, that's a short ball, and again a little bit awkward for Hammer. Maheta comes in, bowls, that's a short ball, dealt with quite nicely by Hammer in the end. That's the end of the over. Koda to continue from the Hitesh Patel end. Koda comes in, bowls, that's a flighted delivery, nicely played by Dave Persaud. Koda comes in again, bowls, that's a shorter ball down the leg side, and Dheeraj is unwavering in calling that a wide ball. Koda back on his mark, comes into bowl. That's outside the off stump. David plays that very nicely. Quick single taken. Good fielding, really good fielding in the outfield here by Swami Bappa. Straight into the keeper. Skipper again rearranging the field, putting men on the boundary, anticipating that Hamayun will try and go after Avi Koda here. Koda comes into bowl, that's a lofted delivery. Hammer plays that one down. Koda bowls, and that comes off the outside edge of Hamayun Chisti's bat. They run quickly through for a single. That brings Dave Persaud That's nicely played by Dave. No run, that's well played by Mr. Persaud here. Good over by Koda. It's the end of the over. 83 for 6. Hamayun on 19 and Dave Persaud on 1. Maheta to continue. Maheta coming into bowl from the Hamayun Chisti end. Bowling to Hamayun Chisti. Maheta comes in. He bowls. Oh, and Hamayun played all round that one. Played that one a little bit too early. Played around it. Straight through to the keeper. No run. Maheta again, full of ball. Bowls in. They think about the single, but actually the outfielding and the accuracy of the throws back into the keeper is just quite extraordinary here from Swami Bappa. Everything straight back into the keeper. It's all very good in terms of the fielding and the throwing and the backing up. Maheta comes in. That's a shorter ball. I mean, plays that too early. Wanted to pounce on that. Unfortunately, it looks like he's kind of pulled his back a little bit too aggressive. Maheta comes in, bowls us a fuller ball, and that's nicely played. Hammer off his legs, heading towards the boundary, but no, it's going to be cut off, and that's 2 runs taken. Maheta comes into bowl, and that's a full toss. Hammer didn't make the most of that one. Tried to pull that one across, hit the pads. Maheta comes in, bowls, and that's a lovely shot there by Hamayun, who hits that one, and it goes to the boundary for 4 runs. That takes Hamayun to 21 runs off 42 balls faced. Dave Persaud, 1 run just off the 7 balls that he's faced. It's the end of the over. $89 for 6, and it is Avikoda again to continue from the Hitesh Patel end, bowling to Dave Persaud. He bowls, that's outside the off stump. Dave thinks about wanting to cut that, mistimes that. Koda comes into bowl, bowls, flighted delivery, nicely played by Dave Persaud. Little bit of banter coming out from the Swami Bappa team, suggesting that Dave possibly needs a new pair of scissors to cut that one. Koda comes into bowl, he bowls, and that's nicely played by Dave Persaud. Three dot balls. It's a good over so far from Avi Koda. Comes into bowl, bowls. Oh, and that one's came in, went straight through David Persaud's defences. Koda bowls. Nice lofted delivery, slightly mistimed there by Dave. Avi Koda back on his mark, comes into bowl. He bowls, it's a lofted delivery outside the off stump. Dave just lets that one go through to the keeper. And that's the end of the over. Maiden there from Avi Koda. Priory Park, 89 for 6. Looks like Maheta is continuing. Slightly different field placing. Maheta comes in off a shorter run. A muted appeal there from the bowler. Neither the keeper nor anybody else was interested. Maheta again bowling, chopped down by Humayun. Maheta comes into bowl, and that's a big shot there by Humayun. And that goes for 4 runs. Priory mounting a little bit of a fight back here, 93 for 6. Field adjustment again for Hammer. Swamibapa seeing that he's liking to target that onside field boundary. That comes in and Hammer just pushes that around the corner. A little bit of a misfield. There was a possible run there, but Dave pushes his partner back. Maheta into bowl, outside the off stump. Hammer does not offer a shot. Maheta bowls and just patted away there by Humayun. 93 for 6. Hamayun on 29 and Dave Persaud on 1. Koda to continue. Comes in, he bowls a lofted delivery straight through to the keeper. Koda in again, he bowls, and that's it's a half shout there by Avi Koda for an LB, then realising that actually he was going outside the off stump. Koda comes in to bowl, and that's wide outside the off stump. Dave tries to push that through on the offside but misses that one. Avi Koda comes into bowl, he bowls, and that's nicely played by Dave Persaud, but well fielded there by Swami Bappa. No run. Koda comes into bowl, and again a nice stroke off the front foot by Dave, straight to the fielder. Koda bowls, just a forward defence. And another maiden there by Avi Koda. Koda now having bowled 4 overs, 1 for 4. Looks like we will continue with Maheta, who is now bowling his 6th over. To Hamayun, Priory Park now 93 for 6. Maheta bowls, and that's just a little defence played by Hamayun. He bowls again. Again, that one stayed a little bit lower. Hammer had to check his shot, but played that well in the end. And another one that stayed a little bit low. Hammer up to the mark, showing great concentration here. Hamayun, that's a full toss and put away very clinically there by Hamayun. 4 runs. The shout of lovely fella coming from our resident coach, Darren Persaud. Always nice to hear Darren vocal in the dugout. Maheta in again, and that's nicely played. Mahete again, and little push on the onside, just trying to turn it away. Hamilton played that one very well. That's the end of the over. Priory Park, as we know, sponsored by Devos at the Black Horse. Korda to commence his 5th over. Bowling against Dave Persaud, who's watching the ball very well, playing well within himself, quite cautious. Korda comes in, bowls, and that's nicely played off his legs. Dave Persaud, who just pushes that to the onside boundary. And that's 4 runs. That's a great shot there by young Davy Persaud. That brings the 100 up there for Priory Park. Always nice to see. Korda comes in, bowls, and that's well played by Dave. So that ball just came off the pitch a little bit. Korda bowls, and that's a nice shot there by Dave Persaud. Well fielded by Swami Bappa, and a nice run taken there. Good cricket all round. Good cricket all round. Fielders all go back to the boundary as Hamilton Chisti takes strike. 33 off 55. Korda bowls, it's a flighted delivery, and that's nicely played there by Hamilton Chisti. Goes straight to the fielder, no run taken. Oh, and look, I'm joined by Pablo and Sachin. Oh. One ball left in the over. Korda bowls, it's a flighted delivery, and that's well played by Dave Persaud. You alright? Did you watch it back? Did you watch it back?
No.
You need to.
No. That is it. Miss time. Oh, yeah, Miss time did it.
Yeah.
That should just come through the show. Should I hold him for now, or do you want to take him?
No, if you hold him for now, I'll take him after the break.
Okay. Do you want some water? Do you want to bring some water? Sure.
I have some. That should last me.
You saw how pissed off I went. You saw how pissed off. I need to pack it in there. That was unnecessary. I got too pissed off. But I was. I'll chat to you about it.
So Sachin has just joined me here in the commentators box. Oh, and that's totally mistimed by Hamilton. Sachin, so what's the feeling in the dugout?
It's a good feeling. We got off to a rocky start. but we reckon if we get to about 150, that's defendable, and we think that we can get there. So we're happy with the way that the middle order has actually settled us and steadied a bit of a poor performance from the top end. So it's good to see. It's good to see, and we're happy. We think we can defend about 150. We're very confident in our bowling today, and having seen the way pitch is playing, it'll be interesting to bowl on.
Okay, so we're thinking 150 is the target that we're aiming for here.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we're seeing now. It's tricky. It's tricky out there.
Yeah, it is. It
Not
is.
that I can say a lot about the pitch, but you know.
I think it is an odd pitch to bat on. That's very clear to me. Watching all of the balls that have come through, I mean, it's very clear that some are popping up, but actually it's holding up in the air a bit as well. So I think this is definitely not an easy wicket.
I think our fast bowlers will have an absolute dream on it. I think, you know, we've got one of the best bowling attacks in the league, we know that. I think on a pitch like this, definitely hold our own. And like I said earlier to the boys in the dressing room, there's a couple of batsmen in their team that make up the majority of their runs. Get those two boys early, really in the game.
Thank you very much, Sachin. Patel comes in to bowl, and that one lifted up a little bit. Dave was up to the mark. Slightly tighter field here for Dave Persaud as Patel is revving up. Patel comes in, he bowls, and that's actually really nicely played by Dave Persaud. Very solid in his defence, looking very much a calm individual at the crease. Patel comes in, bowls, and again that stays in the air a little bit. That just lofted up, mistimed shot there by Dave Persaud, and very well taken by Patel, who comes in, dives to take that one. And Priory Park have lost another wicket. Priory Park 104 for 6. It's a real shame. Dave Persaud had a lot of time to bat today, was looking very well and settled. It's the young buck Rohan Prasad who is now coming into bat. Joining Humayun at the crease, the senior and the junior. Lots of words of advice coming through from Humayun to his partner. Rohan taking strike. Takes his guard. Patel into bowl to Rohan Prasad, and that one just moves off the pitch. Rohan played all round that one, didn't move his feet at all. Priory Park, 104 for 7. Humayun on 35 and Rohan Prasad, the new batsman, on 0. Good over by Patel.
Come on, boys!
Havikhoda to continue at the Hitesh Patel end, bowling to Humayun, who's on 35. Field very much scattered, lots of players on the boundary. Khoda bowls, Humayun paddle sweeps that behind him. They're running 2. Ball is cut off at the boundary and 2 runs are taken. That's good running there by the Priory batsman.
Good chase, boy!
Khoda into bowl, and that's played nicely by Humayun. On the offside. Khoda into bowl, and that's taken very nicely by Humayun Kisti, and almost a slog sweep for 4 runs.
Come on, Swami Bappa, come on, boy. Come on, Swami!
Shrieks of ek number from Kashif. It's been rather muted there from the Priory Park dugout. Really wanting to push this score up as close to 150 as young Sachin said. That's nicely played there by Humayun into the gap, and a run is taken. This brings Rohan Prasad on to face Khoda. Khoda probably one of the better spinners that Prasad will play in this league. Khoda has been pretty much on the money. Lots of flight and bowling really well, stump to stump. Khoda comes in, bowls, and that's actually well played by young Prasad. Field slightly more in for Rohan, and nice defensive shot there by Rohan Prasad. That's the end of the over. $111 for 7 with Humayun Chisti on 42. And the young Rohan Prasad yet to get off the mark. It's a Nelson, and your commentator is again hopping on one leg. Patel into bowl to Humayun, and that's nicely played by Humayun. He plays this sweep square cut that Only he seems to be able to play with those long levers of his. Patel in again, bowls, and that's short. Hamayun kept that one out, took his eyes off the ball, and was actually quite fortunate that it didn't do anything. Patel into Hamayun, and another short ball, half-hearted shot there by Hamayun. Went straight through to the keeper. Patel into Hamayun, he bowls, and that's well played eventually by Hamayun. Rohan quickly through for a single, allowing Hammer to retain the strike. Nope, it's not the end of the over yet. 2 to come. Patel into Prasad. Prasad leaves that one, goes through to the keeper. Patel in again to Prasad. Oh, Rohan just checked his shot there, let it go through to the keeper. That is the end of the over. 112 for 7. Hamayun Chisti on 43. Prasad still to get off the mark. And it's Avi Kordar to continue from the Hitesh Patel end.
Let's go, Swami! Come on, boy!
Kordar on his mark, bowls, and that's edged by Hamayun straight into the hands of first slip. Well taken, great catch, and a fabulous innings as a fight back by Hamayun Chisti, the all-rounder for Priory Park. Batted really, really well indeed. "43 runs, 43 valuable runs for Priory Park today." That brings out Ali to the crease. Ali, vice captain, who's been away for a few weeks. No mean player with the bat, can certainly hit some great shots. But at 8 down, Swami Bappa now clearly into the tail of Priory Park. That comes in, bowls to Ali, who plays that nicely down. Avikoda again, bowls in. And that's an edge. Ali had no need to play that one. Straight into the hands of first slip.
Great stuff, Sicko! Lovely, Sicko!
Priory Park now 112 for 9. Some great bowling by Korda here. Clearly one of the best spinners that the league has to offer in this particular division. This brings Hitesh Patel into bat. As we well know, Hitesh only plays one of two ways. He will either get out or he will hit some boundaries. Korda here having bowled a great over, having taken 2 wickets this over so far. He comes in to bowl his 4th ball. He bowls and that's kept out by Hitesh Patel. Rohan Prasad quickly in for the single. Prasad, who has batted admirably for the balls that he's faced, facing Korda now, who bowls, and that's well defended there by the young Prasad. Korda into bowl, and again another nice defensive shot there by young Rohan Prasad. Wonderful over there by Korda. Priory Park 113 for 9. Patel now bowling to H. Patel. Patel comes into bowl. He bowls and that's just defended by Hitesh. Patel in again. A huge heave-ho. A little bit of miscommunication by the batsman. Rohan very keen to take that single. Hitesh pushes him back. Patel comes into bowl. And that goes straight through Hitesh Patel. Patel comes in, bowls. That's a shorter ball, just padded down by Hitesh. Not interested. Trying to just get his eye in here, waiting for the loose delivery, we hope. Patel bowls. Big heave ho by Hitesh Patel. Not where he intended, but it's 4 runs. Just waiting for the fielders to get back to their positions and their marks. Patel comes into bowl, and that's just nicely dabbed down by Hitesh. 1-4 for the over, and he's content with that. Priory Park 117 for 9. Off 37 overs. It's not an easy wicket to bat on. It'll be interesting to see what Swami Bappa make of this when they come out to bat, and also what the Priory bowlers will make of this. It is their home turf. They know how it plays, and so hopefully it will be a competitive game. Kodai into bowl to the young Prasad. It's a lofted delivery. That's nicely played by Rohan Prasad. He's just keeping that ball out. Koda continuing to bowl, and a lovely defensive shot there, getting everything behind it. Prasad is batting really, really well here. Koda into bowl, and that strays a little bit down the leg side. A wide ball is called. No run is taken. That's a bye. Field is moving to the boundary, realising that Hitesh is only going to play one way. Koda into bowl, he bowls, and he bowls Hitesh Patel straight through the gate. Hitesh turned that one into a Yorker, and that is the end of the innings. Priory Park 119 all out. Swami Bappa have to make 120 to win now. It'll be interesting to see how this wicket continues to play, and how much the Priory Park bowlers will make a match of this game. Clearly some depth in the Priory Park bowling, and they have the advantage of home turf. So there we go. Listeners, watchers, after 37.3 overs, Priory Park have been bowled out for 119 runs. Avi Kodai easily the pick of the bowlers, 4 for 20. Patel 2 for 21, Bakaria 1 for 17, and Jitendra 1 for 18. Hamayun Chisti 43, Dheeraj 23, Xavier 13, and Kashif Siddiqui 10. We stop now for tea, and hope that you'll continue to watch. I'll have a little bit of a break and be back to speak to you shortly. And it looks like we're back live now again. Target is 120. And we have Koda and Garai to open. Hamayun Kisti opening the bowling for Priory Park. Swami Bappa chasing 120. Hamayun coming into bowl. He bowls, and that's a wide ball down the leg side. Signalled appropriately by the umpire. Hammer comes in again, bowls, and that's played nicely on the offside. They're running two. Sab's a little bit slow to take that one, but nice throw into the keeper.
Good on, Sabby! Short passes, boys, short passes. Come on, fellas!
Army comes into bowl, and that's played nicely down by the batsman. That's a good ball. Hamayun again into bowl, and again that's just played nicely on the offside. Kashif chasing in vain. It goes to the boundary. 4 runs. Hammy comes into bowl. It's played off his legs. They're trying to go for a quick single. Dave a little bit slow to get to that. Some good running here by the Swami Bappa batsman. That brings Korda in to face his first ball. Korda, who bowled so well and seems to be opening the bats for Swami Bappa. That's a short ball, and the umpire has signalled a no ball. Front foot perhaps. Yeah, he's talking a little bit about the front foot. Hammer looks. Hammer comes into bowl. That one goes through to the keeper, stays low. Hammer into bowl, bowls. That's up in the air, a little bit wide for Dheeraj. It doesn't go to the boundary. They take 2 runs. That's the end of the over. Productive over for Swami Bappa, 11 without loss. Umpire's just remarking the crease. Recent weather has meant a little bit of a dust bowl has developed here. We've got some green come back with the rain over the last couple of days, but pitch is not still playing. As well as it could have done over the last season, early part of the season. It was a pretty true wicket, but today we've seen some interesting bounce. So Hitesh Patel coming in from the Hitesh Patel end. There is the captain just having a quick word in his ear. Patel comes in, bowls, and that's straight on the money. Well kept out by the batsman with his legs. Patel comes in again, bowls, and that's a full toss, dispatched as it should be to the boundary. 4 runs. No particular problem for the batsman. Patel in again, bowls, that's a shorter delivery into the pads. Patel in again, bowls, again short, Batsman plays that just off his back foot, and 1 run smartly taken. Springs Korda onto strike. Hitesh bowls, and that's short and pulled straight into the arms of Davy Persaud. And Swamibapa now 18 for 1. Quick huddle, ek number, with Kashif leading the charge. Koda walks off. New batsman coming out is Jashani. New batsman just taking guard, couple of stretches, couple of practice shots, taking his time, looking at the field. Hitesh Patel already ready on his mark. H comes into bowl, and that's outside the off stump. Batsman leaves it, no run. That's the end of the over. Good over there by Hitesh Patel. As usual, early wickets for Mr. Patel coming in from the Hitesh Patel end. Lots of chat in the field from Priory, talking to each other, geeing each other up, which is always very good to hear. 2 slips in now. Hamian coming into bowl, and that's played nicely on the offside, but straight to Kashif. Umpire needing to mark the crease again. Dust really creeping up. Hammer comes into bowl, and that's a much fuller ball. Nicely, well played by the batsman. No run taken, straight to the fielder. Smart fielding there by Priory Park. Hammer comes into bowl. That's straight into him, and that's pulled rather effortlessly over to the boundary for 4 runs.
Watch on the line for a couple. Check with the keeper. I can't be balling it 2 no balls.
Hammer comes into bowl. Much straighter delivery. Batsman defends that very well. Hammer comes into bowl. That's played to the offside. Straight over to the fielder. Cashew fields that very well. No run. Hammer in. Bowls. That's a much fuller ball. Batsman leaves. Hammer into bowl. Bowls straight to delivery. That's just chopped down, and the batsman quickly through for a single. That's a good run there by Swami Bappa. That's the end of the over. Swami Bappa 22 for 1, with Karai leading the charge there for Swami Bappa with 17 runs off 15 balls. Jashani still to get off the mark. Lots of words of encouragement from the Priory fieldsman. Hitesh Patel ready on his mark. Batsman is ready. Hitesh comes into bowl to Karai. That's a fuller ball. Stopped. A little bit of football there by Hitesh, stopping the ball. Hitesh into bowl. Bowls, it's a fuller ball, and that's nicely played by the batsman into the offside. Well fielded there by Davy Persaud. Fumble there by Xavier as the keeper, trying very enthusiastically to make sure that he took the ball. Shani to face now. Hitesh Patel bowling. And that's a solid defensive stroke there by Jashani. Fielded by Sachin Vyas, sporting a new pair of trousers. And they are nicely dirty already. Hitesh into bowl, that's much shorter, and that's pulled away by the batsman over to the boundary, and 1 run taken. Hitesh Patel making the obligatory switch to bowling around the wicket now. Hitesh comes in to bowl, and that's wide. Full toss, dispatched to the boundary for 4 runs. Kurai seeing this ball very, very well. Hitesh Patel on his mark. Comes into bowl, bowls, and that's another full toss. Just drops short of the fielder Rohan Prasad, fielding at mid-on. They take a single. It's the end of the over. Swami Bappa now 29 for 1, with Kurai leading the charge, 23 off 19 balls. Hamayan Chisti comes into bowl, he bowls, and that one stays a little bit low, taken nicely by Xavier Rodriguez behind the stumps. Hama comes into bowl, and that's a much straighter ball, but played very nicely by the batsman. Onto the onside, chased in vain by 2 fielders, and that's 4 runs. Hamayan comes into bowl, that's a shorter ball, and it comes off the bat, and that was, I'm not sure that he hit that, but he did. Umpire gives that, caught behind, well taken by Xavier Rodriguez. That's some great bowling there by Hamayan Chisti. Jashani will be joined by Patel, Rupak Patel coming in to bat now. Little huddle there by Priory Park. Just wanted to make sure that they now get in to this Swami Bappa lineup. Swami Bappa 33 for 2. Hamiyun comes into bowl, and that's a leg by.
Watching these singles, boys!
Brings Jashani onto the strike, and that's a good ball by Hamiyun, defended well by Jashani. Hamiyun comes into bowl, bowls, and that's a nice ball, well defended by the batsman. No run. It's the end of the over, 34 for 2. Swami Bappa, remember, chasing 120 to win. Lots of noise in the field. Everybody being reminded to walk in, keep their eyes on the ball. All the kind of usual things that you'd expect. Hitesh Patel comes into bowl. And that's a great ball, actually well kept out by the batsman. Hitesh Patel into bowl. Oh, and that's a no ball, but pulled ferociously to the boundary for 4. Hitesh Patel just straying there with his length. Patel just being warned that that's one for the over. Patel coming into bowl, and that's a much better ball, length and line much better, defended out. Patel comes into bowl, and that's another great ball. It's a quick single taken. Dheeraj tries in vain to get that back to the stumps. Almost suicidal run. No real reason to take that one. Swami Bappa dicing with death somewhat. Hitesh Patel comes into bowl, bowls, that's strays down the leg side, umpire quickly signals wide. skipper Dheeraj screaming for a caught behind, although very clear that the batsman hadn't even touched it. Hitesh comes into bowl, bowls, and that's a much shorter ball, again straying down the leg side, wide ball signalled. Hitesh Patel comes into bowl, and that's played off the legs by the batsman, but straight to Davy Persaud. Hitesh Patel switches to round the wicket, ploy that we've seen him use quite often in the many years that he's bowled very successfully. Comes into bowl, bowls, and again played off his legs straight to David Persaud. Hitesh Patel into bowl, bowls, and that's a much fuller ball, full toss, straight to the skipper Dheeraj, and that is the end of the over. Swamibapa score now healthy, 42 for 2. Remember, chasing 120 to win. Humayun Chisti continuing from the Humayun Chisti end. Hammer comes into bowl, bowls. That goes straight through the batsman, nicely taken by the keeper Xavier. Hammer comes into bowl, bowls, and straight back to Humayun. Humayun quickly back on his mark, coming into bowl, bowls, and that one lifted quite unexpectedly. A little bit of a bruise perhaps for the batsman. Hammer comes into bowl, and that's left by the batsman. Pretty well judged leave. Humayun into bowl, bowls, and that's hit the outside edge of the batsman straight into David Persaud. Hammer comes into ball, that's a fuller shot, and that's in the air, but goes through all the fielders, straight to the boundary, 4 runs. That's the end of the over. Swami Bappa, very healthy pursuit of this 120. 48 for 2 now. Hitesh Patel staying round the wicket. Hitesh comes into bowls, and that's played nicely off his legs, but straight to Rohan Prasad at mid-on. Hitesh Patel into bowls, and again no run, fielded by the skipper Dheeraj. Hitesh Patel into bowls, and that's a shorter delivery, defensive shot, no run. Hitesh Patel comes into bowl, and that strays again down the leg side, which is a worry that we always have when Hitesh Patel bowls round the wicket. That's a wide ball. Hitesh comes into bowls, that's a little bit more on target, but it's a full toss that's dispatched nicely all the way along the ground. And that's 4 runs. Well tried by Rohan Prasad. Great effort. Unlucky not to be able to keep that one in. Priory Park trying a little bit of everything. Hitesh Patel trying a little bit of everything. Looks like Hitesh is going to bowl some off spin now. Xavier Rodriguez called for the helmet in an attempt to try and stand up to the wicket. Hitesh Patel bowls. That's a wide ball. Umpire signals the wide. Hitesh comes into bowl and a full toss. Eludes the young buck Sachin and is pelted right to the boundary. 4 runs. Swami Bappa coasting easily here at 56 for 2, chasing 120. Priory Park really need to make some sort of inroads, break this partnership. Jashani on 9, Patel on 9, but both looking quite sublime at the wicket. Patel comes into bowl, bowls, that's another full toss. Hitesh Patel having a little bit of a problem with his length today. Line has been hit and miss a little bit as well. He's given away a few extras today and a few gift horses that the batsmen have taken full advantage of. Humayun to continue from the Humayun Chisti end. Umpires just remarking the crease. Humayun comes into bowl. And that's a nice forward push there by Patel. Chisti comes into bowl and that's a much fuller ball. Again, straight to the fielder Rohan Prasad. Humayun into bowl, shorter delivery, but again played nicely off the back foot by the batsman. No run. Patel and Jashani looking very comfortable at the crease. Humayun comes into bowl, and that's a much nicer length and line there. But a great run there, pushed by Jashani. Patel takes the single. Humayun comes into bowl to the right-handed Jashani. He bowls. That's played nicely off his legs. Batsman scamper through for a quick single. A noticeable piece about the two batsmen here. They're not averse to taking the singles, putting pressure on the Priory field. This brings the left-handed Patel on now to face Hamayun. That's a little push around his legs. Kashif Siddiqui chases in vain. That's 4 runs. That's the end of the over. Swami Bappa now 62 for 2, well over halfway to the total that and the target that they need in order to beat Priory Park. And a good move here by Dheeraj, the captain. He's taken off Hitesh Patel, who was looking a little bit out of sorts. He's brought on Kashif Siddiqui. Kashif, who over the last couple of weeks has returned from a little bit of an injury to his shoulder, and whilst he's bowled within himself, has actually been quite successful in taking wickets. So looking forward to a little bit more in terms of wheels from Siddiqui. Cash just slightly rejigging the field. On his mark, ready to bowl to Jashani. Kashif bowls, and that's a much better line. Solid defence by Jashani. No run. Kashif into bowl to Jashani. That's a shorter ball, and that's taken straight by the young Sachin Vyas. One-handed catch, reflex. What an amazing catch there. Jashani couldn't believe that was taken and held in the way that it was. Walks back to the pavilion. Swami Bappa 62 for 3. That brings Karai to the crease to join Patel, who's on 14. Kashif just turning his arm round, making sure his shoulder stays loose. Siddiqui in to Karai, and that's a much fuller ball played by Karai straight back to the bowler. Siddiqui in, bowls, and actually has a little bit of lift left by the batsman straight into the waiting hands of Xavier Rodriguez. Siddiqui in, bowls, and again nicely defended by the batsman. Siddiqui in for the last ball of this over, and that goes straight through the legs of David Persaud. Batsmen scamper through for 2 runs. It's actually gone all the way to the boundary. Spoiled what would have been a wicket maiden for Kashif Siddiqui. Opening over, bowled really well.
Guys, you just stop the runs over here, boys! Stop the run, boys!
Patel on 14 and Karai on 4. Swami Bappa 66 for 3 off 10 overs. So plenty of overs left to bat. Hamiyun comes in to bowl. Goes all the way through. Didn't know what happened there. That was a little bit difficult to kind of work out exactly what had happened. Hamiyun comes into bowl to Patel. Patel tries in vain to hook that ball. A wide ball is called, regardless of the fact that Patel actually moved across his stumps to play that. Ball actually travelled over leg stump. Not entirely sure that was a wide, but umpire's call. And as if to add insult to injury, a fuller ball by Hamiyun, dispatched to the boundary by Patel. Swamibapa now 71 for 3. Swamibapa making very quick inroads into this score and this target of 120. Hamiyun comes into bowl. That's a shorter ball defended by the batsman. No run. Chisti into bowl to Patel. He bowls and a solid defensive shot all the way back to the bowler. Hamiyun comes in again to bowl. That's a much shorter ball. Batsman plays all round it. Dropped by the keeper. Wasn't an edge, but that really should have been a regulation take by the keeper. Hamiyun in for for the last ball of his over, and that's a much fuller, slower ball, dug out by the batsman. Swamibapa, 71 for 3. Inching ever closer to that target of 120. Kashif in to bowl, and that's fielded by Sachin, slowed down. Siddiqui quickly back on his mark, comes in to bowl to Karai. That one stays very low but kept out by Karai. Kashif Siddiqui into bowl again, and that one's well fielded by Sachin Vyas there, fielding in close. Siddiqui comes into bowl to Karai. That's a fuller ball, dispatched very ably to the boundary, straight as you like. 4 runs. Kashif into bowl, comes into bowl, and that's a shorter delivery, just defended, prodded out to Ali at the slips. Siddiqui comes into bowl, bowls, and that's a much fuller ball, dug out very ably by the batsman Karai. Swamibapa 75 for 3, with Patel on 18 and Karai on 8. And a change here at the Chisti end with young Davy Persaud coming into bowl. Let's see what the Banter King has to offer. Davy, very effective throughout the season. Let's see if he can continue the vein of rich form that he's had of recent. Episode comes into bowls. That's a shorter ball, totally mistimed by the batsman, who was looking to really slog that ball across, but it hit the toe end of the bat. He played that too fast. Episode into bowl, and that's a much better length, defended by the batsman. Davey comes into bowls, and that moves significantly off the pitch. Nobody knew where that was going except for the panther-like Xavier Rodriguez. Davey Persaud comes into bowl, and that's a much tighter length, ably defended by Patel. Davey into bowl, and that's a shorter ball, stays very low, well timed by the batsman, who scamper through for a single. That's well fielded actually by Rohan Prasad. Davey Persaud comes into bowl, and that's just patted down by the batsman. That's the end of the over. It's a good over from Davey Persaud. Just the one run coming from that Banter King over. Swami Bappa 76 for 3 off 13. Just a quick reset of the field as Kashif comes on into his run-up. Siddiqui into bowls. Oh, and that's a great ball. Just misses the outside edge of Mr. Patel. Very unlucky. That was a very good ball. Siddiqui back to his mark. Comes into bowls, and that's much more of a straighter delivery. Played off the legs by the batsman, and they scamper through for a single. Siddiqui now bowling to the right-handed Karai. Just asking Ali to move a little bit further round, bringing him into the picture. Siddiqui comes into bowl, That's a fuller ball into the air. Unfortunately, the throw was at the wrong end. But a good throw by Rohan. At least we know he can hit the stumps. Everyone back on their marks after that little bit of excitement. Siddiqui into bowl. And that one stays low. Comes off the pitch. Karai didn't know what was going on there. And he's bowled. Swami Bappa now 77 for 4. Unsure as to who's come out to bat. Play cricket hasn't updated, so struggling. Siddiqui into the batsman with no name. A shorter delivery, defensively played by the batsman. It is Jitendra, the cricketer, not the actor. Siddiqui in again to Jitendra, and that goes down the leg side. Kashif a little bit too excited, and a wide ball is called. Kashif into bowl to Jitendra, and that's a little bit of a slower ball, just dabbed down, fielded by Sachin. It's the end of the over. Swami Bappa 78 for 4. Patel still there on 20, and Jitendra yet to get off the mark. Swami Bappa 42 runs away from their target. What can Priory do now? Davy Persaud thinking about his field, making a few changes. Persaud into bowl now to the left-handed Patel, and that was a good ball, defended and fielded quite nicely by Sachin Vyas. Persaud into bowl again, that's in the air, And that was a dolly drop by Rohan Prasad. Priory's fielding a little bit sloppy today. Prasad into bowl, and that's played by Jitendra, who runs through for a single. Ram Prasad now needs to just keep this out of his mind. The drop that was there is all done, is finished with now, and he just needs to focus on something else. And a short ball batted away by Patel. A single is taken. "81 for 4, Swami Bappa. 39 away. Prasad comes into bowl, and that's up in the air, and that's a catch that's taken by Sachin, who's taken 2 today. Jitendra just lofts that one up. It's an awkward delivery, but very nicely controlled and taken by Sachin Vyas. A little bit of fight now shown by Priory. They still need to take this man Patel though. Patel looking very settled here, 22 off 32 balls. Swami Bappa 81 for 5. Are we going to witness something special here from the Priory boys? Or will this be a canter for Swami Bappa? Stay tuned. Devi Prasad comes into bowl, and that's just batted back by the batsman, defended. Pinduria, the new man at the crease.
Hey, have we got first aid? Huh? Have we got first aid? What do you want?
Drinks are being taken at 15. And your commentator will take the opportunity. Just make sure that his dog is okay. A little bit of a snack for the dog. Pablo, who's been incredibly well behaved, sitting underneath my chair. Swamibapa 81 for 5 or 15. Patel still there on 22 with Pinduri, the new bat, yet to get off the mark. Everyone now fully watered, back on the field. Siddiqui ready to bowl his 4th over with some great figures here of 2 for 10. Let's see if we can add to those figures, Kashif. Siddiqui into bowl, he bowls, and that's played nicely off his legs. That's 4 runs. Ek number being shouted towards Kashif by way of encouragement. Kashif into bowl to Patel. And Dheeraj very quickly onto that one. No run there. Siddiqui into bowls. That's a much fuller ball. Played nicely off his legs. Being chased by Davey in vain. That's 4 runs. Swami Bappa now coasting towards their target of 120. 89 for 5. Kashif just changing his line, deciding to bowl around the wicket to the left-hander. That's up in the air and that's flicked across. 1 run taken, 2 runs very quickly. Abhishek straight in. Siddiqui back to his mark, coming into bowl. Siddiqui bowls, and that's much better ball, much better line. Kashif running into bowl to Patel. He bowls, and that one's played down off his legs onto the offside. That's the end of the over. Swami Bappa now 92 for 5. Davy Persaud now just sorting out his field. Priory Park in desperate need of a couple of quick wickets now here to put the pressure back onto Swami Bappa. Persaud comes into bowl to Patel, who just lofts that across. It misses Prasad. Four runs. Swamibapa now 96 for 5, with Patel looking imperious on 37 off 39 deliveries. Persaud comes into bowl, that one stays low, and that's well cut out by Patel. Persaud in again, bowls, and Patel decides to leave that one. Davy into bowl, defended by Patel, no run. Davy Persaud comes into bowl, that's wide, and that's hit quite ferociously, but well defended there by Sabi, who stops that. No run taken. Davy Persaud back on his mark for the last ball of the over. He comes in to bowl, and that twists a little bit. We're pondering a quick run. H was quickly on that, and that is no run. 4 runs off the over. 96 for 5. Dheeraj now making a further change, brings himself on as skipper to bowl this over. The scorers haven't got the bowler's name. Ah, they have now. So it's been adjusted to Vijay Kumaran. Dheeraj comes into bowl. Bowl that's quite short, and that's played off his legs. Binduria straight to the field and no run. Dheeraj comes into bowl, and again that's off his legs, straight to the fielder, quickly in by Humayun Chisti. Dheeraj into bowl, bowl that's outside the off stump, batsman leaves that one, no run. Dheeraj comes into bowl, and he bowls, and that's up in the air. That's over Kashif Siddiqui's head. The batsmen take one run. They turn round, they think about two, and Binduria is ushered back to his end by Patel. Patel now on 37. Dheeraj making a slight amendment to his field to accommodate the left-hander. Dheeraj comes into bowl, bowls, and that's a much slower ball. Batsman played all round that one. Dheeraj on his mark, into bowl, bowls, and that's an edge. Goes outside, but obviously there's nobody there. A little bit of a fumble by Ali, and the batsman scampers through for a single. Keeps the strike, that's the end of the over. Patel now on 38 to face Davy Persaud. Swami Bappa 98 for 5. .22 away from a victory here at Priory Park. Persaud into bowl, bowls, and that's defended there by Patel. There's no run there. Persaud into bowl, that's a much fuller ball, and that's flicked off the pads straight to the boundary, and that's 4 runs. Patel swiftly moves on to 42 now, or 48 balls. Swami Bappa, 102 for 5. Home straight is visible. Episode comes into Patel, bowls, and that's flicked. They scamper through for a single, an attempt to stop it by Sabs Banerjee. That's just the one run there. Fielders quickly move into their positions. Davey making a couple of quick amendments into the field. Persaud on his mark, comes into bowl. He bowls, and that's just dabbed down by Pindoria. Fielded well by Rohan Prasad, no run. Persaud into bowl, that's a fuller ball, totally missed that. Pindoria, Abhishek very quickly onto that one. Devi Persaud comes into bowl, and that's a shorter ball just dabbed down by Pindoria. No reason to do anything with that one. Swami Bappa now 103 for 5. 17 runs away. Dheeraj deciding to make a change, bringing back on Humayun Chisti, the workhorse. Humayun taking a different end now, bowling from the Hitesh Patel end. Good move by Dheeraj. Last vain attempt now to try and break through Mr. Patel's defences. Humayun comes into bowl, and that's very well defended by Patel. Chisti back on his mark, running in, bowls, and that one stays quite low. That's well stopped by Xavier Rodriguez. Chisti comes into bowl, bowls, and that's a fuller ball. That goes straight through Mr. Patel. A little bit of excitement from Xavier. He thinks that it might have been a wicket, but unfortunately that missed everything. Chisty again back on his mark. Comes into bowl. Bowls to Patel, who just lofts that up in the air. The follow through by Hamayun, not nearly quick enough. That would have been quarter bowled, an opportunity there. Hamayun in again, bowls, and that's punched down by Patel. No run. Chisty back on his mark. Comes in to bowl to Patel, and that's a much fuller ball. Goes straight through the batsman. Half-hearted appeal by Xavier, but it didn't touch anything. And that's a maiden over by Hamayun. Just what Priory needed at this moment in time. Perhaps actually what they need is a wicket, but a maiden is good. Lifts the spirit somewhat. Dheeraj back on at the Hamayun Chisty end. Hamayun unconventionally taking the Hitesh Patel end. Vijay Kumaran now at his mark, coming into bowl, and that's just dabbed by the batsman. There's an opportunity there for Xavier to take that catch, but at least he stopped it. Dheeraj comes into bowl. That's outside the off stump, and an appeal for a caught behind, but batsman didn't touch that one. Umpire is unmoved. No wicket. Dheeraj comes into bowl again. He bowls, and that one just hits the bottom end of Penduria's bat. Penduria looking all out at sea. Vijay Kumaran comes into bowl, he bowls. He gloves that one, Xavier drops it, and another chance missed here by Priory Park. Dheeraj on his mark, comes into bowl, and that's much fuller as a ball, and that's just batted back to the fielder. No run. Dheeraj into bowl, he bowls, it's much fuller. Batsman just defends that. Fielder Sachin takes that one in, and that's a maiden over. One feels that if Priory were able to take Patel, Swami Bappa would find it a little bit harder now with a little bit more pressure. But Patel looking very good on 43 at the moment of 55 balls. Swami Bappa 103 for 5. 17 runs. Humayun into bowl, bowls. That's outside the off stump and a leave by Patel. Lots of noises from the field, from the boys in Priory. Humayun into bowl, he bowls, and again outside the off stump. Some great lines here by Humayun Chisti. Humayun into bowl, he bowls, that's in at the legs. Xavier fumbles that one and the batsmen scamper through for a single. That's a leg bye. They all count at this stage. Swami Bappa 105 for 5. $104 for 5. Humayun into bowl. Bowls, and that was a fabulous delivery. The batsman had no particular answer to that, and that was nicely taken by Xavier Rodriguez. Shouts of make him play, Hami. Humayun into bowl, bowls, and that's flicked off his legs. Batsman runs through for a single. $105 for 5. 15 runs away from their target of 120. Patel in on 43 at the moment. Pindoria 2. Humayun into bowl. He bowls, and that's well defended by Patel. Good over by Humayun. Completes his 8th over. 1 for 37. Swami Bappa 105 for 5. Patel 43 and Pindoria 2. Dirge continuing at the Chisti end. Dirge comes into bowl, that's a shorter ball, and that's just dabbed back by Pindoria. Dirge into bowl, he bowls that one's an edge. Missed totally by Xavier, well cut off by Humayun at the boundary. That brings Patel back onto strike to face Dheeraj. Dheeraj into bowl. He bowls. Patel takes that off his legs. They scamper through for a single, but the throw from Humayun just that bit too good. It wasn't off the bat. It was a leg bye. This gives Dheeraj another opportunity to see what he can do with Pindoria. Dheeraj comes into bowl. He bowls. Pindoria just does what he can to keep that one away from the stumps, and Davy Persaud picks that one up. Dheeraj into bowl, and that's hit very ably by Pindoria, straight to the boundary. 4 runs. That's a good shot by Pindoria, who's played well within himself and who has kept down one end very admirably. 7 runs he scored off 22 balls, but his ability to be able to stick with Patel has done a wonder for Swami Bappa. Dheeraj into bowl. An appeal there by Dheeraj for LBW. Umpire swiftly gives that not out.
Come on, boys! Big push, Priory. You're still in there, Priory. Come on. Big push! Come on, boys! Come on, boys! Keep pushing until the last run! Come on, boys!
Humayun to continue from the Hitesh Patel end. Bowling to Mr. Patel, who's now on 44. Humayun bowls, and that's a defended stroke. They're thinking about the single, but Hitesh Patel was quickly onto that one. No run. Humayun Chisti comes into bowl to Patel, and that's a much fuller ball. Well stopped by Sachin Vyas there, who is feeling the pain in his knee. Chisti in again to Patel. Comes in, bowls, and that's a shorter ball. Tried to pull, but he played too quickly with that shot. Totally misjudged that one. No run. Humayun Chisti coming into bowl. Bowls in, and that's a much fuller ball, defended by Patel. Showing respect to the number 1 bowler from Priory. Humayun Chisti comes into bowl, and again that's defended very quickly on by the fielders. No run. Chisty comes into bowl, and that's a fuller ball again, nicely defended by the batsman. That's the end of the over. Another maiden for Humayun Chisty.
Push it hard, buddy. Fight it.
Words of encouragement from Humayun to his skipper. Swamibapa now just 8 runs away from their target of victory. Dheeraj comes into bowl to Pindoria. He bowls, and that's just defended back by Pindoria. Dheeraj comes in, bowls. That's off his legs. Patel calls for a very quick single, runs through like an express train, and a leg bye is taken.
Fight to the last ball, boys. Big push here, boys. Come on. Keep pushing, boys.
Dheeraj just back to his mark. Comes into bowl, bowls, and that's a much fuller ball. Goes down the leg side, unfortunately, and a wide ball is signalled. Dheeraj comes into bowl to Patel. That's a full ball. Patel aims to drive that one, misses that one, totally taken by the keeper. Dheeraj in again to the batsman. That's a little push on the onside. Admirable fielding there by Ali with his feet, and that's 2 runs taken there. Patel moves on to 46.
Big push, Priory. Keep going, boys. Keep pushing, boys. Fight it.
Swami Bappa on to 116, 4 runs away from victory. Dheeraj back to his mark, comes in to bowl. He bowls, that's down the leg side, and another wide ball is signalled. Swami Bappa now on 117. Dheeraj comes into bowl to Patel, who dabs outside the off stump, decides at the last minute to leave it, pulls away, no run. Dheeraj into bowl to Patel. That one stays a little bit low. Outside the off stump. No run.
Show the magic. Huh? You do it. Why?
That's the end of the over. Swami Bappa now on 117 for 5.
on, David. Come on, David.
David Persaud comes on to replace Hamayun from the Hitesh Patel end. Swami Bappa on 117 now. Three runs away from a victory. 25 overs gone. David Persaud on his mark. Bowling into Pindoria. Persaud bowls. And Pindoria tries to pull that one. It goes in between his legs and they scamper through for a single. David Persaud into Patel, and a lot of respect there shown by the batsman. A good ball. Dot. Davey comes into bowl, and that's a great shot there by Patel over to the boundary for 4 runs, which takes Swami Bappa over the line. Pindoria finishes on 50, and a great innings by the young man. Pindoria on 8 off 25, really supported Patel. Patel on 50, not out. A great innings by Patel. As everybody walks off, Priory feeling perhaps as though they were at least 100 runs short. Certainly not nearly enough to compete with Swami Bappa today. We shall see what the tables look like at the end of the day in terms of the division. But this next game now, next week against London Sportif, is a must win for Priory Park. Hope you've enjoyed the stream today, and I look forward to commentating again and seeing you all again online. 19 people watching, and hope many more people will stream and watch this again. Take care, and bye from your commentator.